Good morning, good day. This is February 14, 2021, Sunday, and this is your friend, Suraj Singh, speaking from Bharat, India, addressing my talks to all over world regarding engineering, field and construction, contracts and coordination, etc. etc. Title being Civil Field Engineering, Designs, Construction, Methods, Contracts, Organizations, Communication, Coordination, Quantity, Quality, etc. etc. All that covered in this domain. You know, all engineering is engineering is according to, I think it's very easy if you just see what's happening in field, what happens in field. It looks very easy. Definition is also very easy if you define conventionally. If you think to chart it out conventionally, it's very easy. Means you do something and that is engineering. I also used to say think, do and deliver. Think, do and deliver. What after all? What to think? Point comes in what to think. I say think, do and deliver. That's point we have to catch. Think, do and deliver. That thinking is very, very important. What I think means, should I think poem or what? That point is here. Very important one. Means we have to think for creation. We have to think for creation. God creates, God maintains, and God demolishes or dismantles or disposes. These are three, you can say, 3 points which are very important for life. I can say, if you take, you can say function of brain and how most important part of body. Function of brain, that is making, maintenance and breaking. Making, maintenance and breaking, or reformation you may say. This is what we are dealing with. We deal with always. You make something, you use something or maintain something, and you demolish that, break that. These are functions of human, and human is controlled by mind or brain. Is this brain engineering, you can say, this body we have, this body that we have, I have, you have, is it related to brain? Yes, of course, it is related to brain. This means my body is controlled by brain, and brain is my controller, because it is so efficient. It is so efficient as well as so deficient. I mean to say both. And you will ask question, why are you saying this? Both efficient or inefficient? Yes, that's right. It's efficient because it gives you responses to every question, every query. Brain responses to every query. And also it doesn't work because it is inefficient and it doesn't give you answers many times. This means it denies everything when you don't apply force on this, and it answers you everything when you try to use it. This means it is up to individual how to use this part of body. This means all time my brain does something, and that's a fact of life. Even if you are not very brilliant, your mind keeps on working. Why I'm telling all about brain? Because engineering is a world of brain use or brain abuse. Engineering, I'm talking all engineering. Engineering is related to brain. Engineering is related to brain and it is related to life. When you turn key, what does it mean? If I turn key, this means I turn key either to lock pad or to open pad. Lock pad or open pad means padlock. If I turn key this way, either my door closes or turn otherwise it opens. This means my brain is a lock. My brain is a lock. Yes, it is lock. But it is in your hand, it is in your, you can say, ambit, whether to lock it or to unlock it. Well, that is a good point. Means if I am of constructive nature, I have to use it, open it, and enter into that door to some areas. Or if I just want to sleep, I have to lock it and get rest. These points are there. Sorry, I'm sorry. So, what should I say? Lock it or unlock it? Is it what brain works like? Well, I think yes, brain works like that. Brain is very important factor, most important factor, and I think brain is engineering instrument. Brain is engineering laboratory. Brain is engineering factory. Brain is where we assimilate our opinions, keep them in pooled form, link them, all options, and then we reach certain conclusions. Those conclusions may be intermediate or final. And based on this, we get something. We get something of use. It may be useful or it may not be useful. It depends on what product do we have. The point here is engineering is related to brain. Is only engineering related to brain? No, it's not only engineering but also many other professions. Medical profession, accountancy profession, professor profession, or whatever profession where mind is most important factor, those professions are covered by brain. And it is your brain that gives you answer. It's not that every brain gives same answer, but it appears, it seems that brain is most effective organ, part of body that moves you. And I consider that engineering means mind. Engineering means absolute use of mind and run applications based on that. And those applications result into engineering world. Engineering means you know science, you apply that science, and science doesn't mean physics, chemistry alone. This means systematic study of nature. When we study nature, there is some system and we use that system for our understanding. Well, what we do construction. Construction doesn't mean house construction alone. This means construction of everything. When we draw some lines on a paper, it's also construction. We put some 2 points and link them and it's called line, and then angle and triangle. That's construction of a triangle. Means we add some units like 2 points and line and join them, so one line is formed, then angle is formed like this. This means engineering is very basic. It starts from scratch, and that's true. This means my mind identifies scratch as well. It identifies blank as well. And it identifies project as well. It identifies everything, operation, maintenance, every every you can say part of engineering it works with. Now, as I say, engineering can be defined in numerous ways. Everybody has its own definition text of engineering. My text, as I say many times, think, do, and deliver. This is precise, very shortest definition I can say. I think engineering spelling is more powerful than what I explained. But engineering is engineering. It is use of mind, and use of mind is thinking. Based on that thinking, you do, and when you do, again use of mind, and when you deliver, again use of mind. So it's mind plus mind plus mind, or think plus think plus think. Some people don't like to think too much. That's true. Some people say, "Oh, I can't think too much. I get stressed." Yes, that's true. You will get stress or strain both because you are not used to thinking. Everybody cannot be thinker. That's also true. And it's also true that those who are engineers, they are engineers by title, by certification, but it's not necessary everybody thinks. Okay, you may think a few moments in your 24 hours, or sometimes you think, but usually convention is more important than thinking. In engineering world, people while they reach one stage from where they say, "Oh, I'm not going to get anything more than this," they stop, they cease thinking intensity, and say, "Okay, we do it. We did in past like this. We do it now because we did in past. It is successful. So we can keep on doing this, and it may be called a standard or code, and which works for many many decades without change." But I don't consider it engineering. That is engineering reference. Engineering reference and engineering are different fields. Engineering says that you have to change and change and change and change. What does change mean then? That's the point of importance. What does change mean? Is change engineering? That is the point. Is change engineering? Engineering means change because engineering changes everything. I take forest or wooden areas or desert, and engineering does something with me, and I do with engineering, and I change whole map of that area. Yes, this means change, and engineers are instrument of change, or we used to call agent of change. This means agents of change. Engineer is an agent of change. This means engineer is a representative of change. Yes, engineer can change. But changes are not done by engineers alone. Changes are done by nature itself. Changes are done by every other force. Changes are done by society. Changes are done by every other source, every other activity. Social activity, professional activity, you can say other activities where changes happen. So that is also that part of engineering, though it may not be physical engineering, it may not be engineering in terms of material, but that is engineering in terms of culture, in terms of rituals, in terms of adaptation, in terms of many other, change of mind. We always say change of mind. So their mind changes, here physics changes. This means engineering is not what we consider engineering. Engineering penetrates to all parts of society, nation and world. Engineering is also same science and application that forces someone or that pleases someone to make nuclear bomb. And same engineering also does same thing to do something for irrigation, to do something for good housing, to do something for good infrastructure. So it depends upon thoughts of a person, what person thinks. There may be one person thinks, oh no, I am very brilliant. I want to do something that helps all people, that helps society, that helps nation or whole world. Person is like that. That person has to work a lot because that vista of person is very wide. But a person thinks, no, I want to destruct this world. I want to destruct so much. His pleasure, that person's pleasure comes from destruction, though it's also mind. That person thinks of nuclear bomb so that people die. I don't think this is good, but this happens. Nuclear science is also intellectual science, and but it takes you to direction of killing, or you use it for purpose of electrical generation. It depends upon your option. So it's engineering works in both way, because engineering, whatever you do with engineering, it does that. I am from field of civil engineering. I think about that, but I am not absolute. That's what I also. I am not absolute. I am relative. I turn my key for projects to start and to end, and then use. I turn my key after completion of project and it operates. Means if I keep that constructive approach, if I keep constructive approach, I have to work a lot. Constructive approach means you have to work a lot, and of course it is efforts that forces you, or you like to work for something. You have to work a lot to achieve something in construction way, and you have to work also, but destruction doesn't need that much, because trial of destruction is also very rare. You cannot try nuclear bomb all time, but you can try your formula, you can try your constructive approach in life by physically doing that. That this is difference, what I mean to say, this is different approach. So engineering is therefore engineering therefore varies in its consideration, in its basic principles. A person who uses his mind for something to kill others, and also a person who uses mind to build something, both use mind but for different purposes. Just like I use calculations, negative calculation and positive calculation, both are calculations. I am using this computer, this is based on calculations as well. You know this, binary language, machine language, calculation. We work out very fast on computer. We calculate plus or minus. So plus and minus, if you take this basics, you will say whole world is based on positive and negative. Both are useful, because without negative, positive doesn't happen, and without positive, negative doesn't happen. Because once you become positive, you don't want to go to direction of negative, because you are happy to be positive and you get results in positive, and once you get some problem, then positive doesn't help you. That's also another point. When a doctor, a surgeon works on operation, at that time, is it positive or negative? Means it's a risk involved, but work is negative. So I can say I should not hate negative as well, because my friend is negative and my friend is positive. Both are there. It's same thing as if you take x, y axis, x axis and y axis and graph people. This origin in that or zero in that. On right side is positive, on left side is negative, x value, and same way top, y top is positive and y part downwards is negative. But it is same, means it is 360 degrees. It doesn't go out of that. So we have same spherical arrangement, same, you can say, same scope of our area, and we have to work within that. But we should not forget that everything is made of some structure, or you can say elemental structure, atomic structure. Even all metals, all materials around our body, all have some structure, and that structure works. So I am taking this, irrelevant or relevant, I would think so, top, but it is indicative. Indicative one, just to explain something. It's indicative one, and that indicative one is very important. We should have some approach in life that which is better for us. It's construction or it may be destruction. Construction or destruction. Both are done. Without destruction, construction is not done. And without construction, destruction is not done. And in between two, construction and destruction, there is a long gap. That is operational gap or maintenance gap. So these 3 points I am just trying to communicate that engineering does not stop at construction, it also does not stop at destruction. It's a cycle keeps on moving, and that's what is engineering. Like nature keeps on moving, seasons comes and go, air come and go, and universe will keep on working with different timings, different results giving. Engineering is therefore can be defined in many ways, but original ways: think, do, deliver. That's what's the basics of engineering. When we think, we don't know what shall be the result. We think with one concept, but while we continue thinking, we change something on that concept, and then we go on to final change after applications of many thinking, many thoughts. We get some idea. We call it idea, or you can say conceptualization. And that concept, when we do further on that, on paper or say on some other form, we get much more different than this, but it comes out positive from mind. Though it was negative in mind, because positive in mind, and we say, now we do on this and deliver this. Deliver on paper or deliver on project, physical project, are same thing. We do that, and that is what is engineering. That is what is engineering. But it doesn't mean we only stop at this definition, because definition can also be created by conducting analysis, and that analysis is important. When I say analysis, means you have to ally. There may be many problems in one issue. There may be unnumberable problems or limited problems, depends on what sort of a degree of problems there are, what power of problem there is. Are those problems required? Are those problems required to be further fraction, or we can take them? So we have to ally with all those problems within that problem, and those one by one we have to understand, and then we have to link them as well. So one answer links to another answer, links to another one answer. That is called analysis. Those people who are excellent analysts, I think they are called intellectuals. If you don't analyze, just follow conventionally, you can't be called intellectual. In fact, intellectual means a person whose mind doesn't rely on certification but on action. Application of mind, when we say application of mind, means analysis, synthesis, and creativity. Analysis, synthesis, or creativity, or you can say you have something in synthesis form, synthetic form, then you have to find its facts through analysis. And that analysis is, you can say, fundamental part of engineering. Sciences also. very fundamental elementary form of whatever subject you do, it's analysis. For example, I read some news. Reading one part. Reading is one part, but understanding is another part. If somebody reads it, okay, news reporter reads it, announces it, and that's it. But if we do not further understand this, then there is no meaning of that news. It is something message pass means I got message. It's like message. If I hear some news, all right, I stop thinking on that. But if you just think a little on that, you will find more from that. You have to apply logic on those and say, oh no, this news description is not illogical. Title is one thing and contents are another one. We talk about like that. Both should be in same consonants, but no, it's not, doesn't exist like this. All right. So what should I say? I say chain of logics, chain of realities, a chain of analytical understanding is very important. When we start engineering study in civil, other than relevant or irrelevant subjects, most important is to start with applied mechanics, strength of material. We say it's very elementary subject. Applied mechanics means it is the mechanism. We know what mechanism is. Then the application of that mechanism, that's called applied mechanics, and which involves materials. Means there are so many materials in engineering, and we use those materials like steel, wood, aluminium, and stone, whatever material we can use in our engineering, and that is understood. Material, strength of material. We say, okay, we have to understand what is the strength of brick, what is the strength of stone, what is the strength of gold, what is the strength of soil. It's all materials, and there is no limit at all. As many materials you can think and you can get, and then you have to say, okay, this is this material. Fine, agreed. So strength of material we have to study first, and that is after studying, after understanding that strength, we can use that strength in whatever form, full strength, part strength, half strength, depending on how we consider that safe. And that is applied mechanics, and that applied mechanics is also very very important because this is very basic subject of engineering. You have to apply whatever mechanism whatever system you understand, you apply that in your life on, and you get. We used to conduct experiments of applied mechanics, experiments in the material in our university, and of course we could not understand that when deliberated time with theoretical people. For example, we used to conduct what's friction, what type of experiment is, what is your machine, how we use that, how you find force in that. Means the universal testing machine or CHAPI, this and that. Means that is learning is of course, but it's material. And then we use that applied mechanism, which tells you that this is applied mechanism, or you can say applied science of materials. Then we move on further. This was regarding material and systems. Systems, applied mechanics, and strength of material. Material relates to strength of material relates to, we could also call SOM, which relates to materials, and then applied sciences or applied engineering through mechanism. And then they go on to the, okay, now we come to specific world, and that is structures. A specific world means till now it was very general, which is applied mechanics. Now come on to very specific part of civil engineering, and that's a structure. A structure which people just take a different way, but I say it's very general. Everywhere there is a structure. Even if you take brick masonry, it's a structure. If you take soil, it's a structure, right? Soil engineering we call it. There's a structure of soil, which people actually is very important part of civil engineering or structural engineering, even to have thorough understanding of soil, because soil is real foundation. To be very frank, to be very genuine, to be very true, soil is foundation. If there is no soil, means you can't site your building on that. So soil is considered soil. Oh, it is soil. There no meaning or value. Or it's no value, but structured. We have not understood very thoroughly everything about soil till now. A reason being, we are not understood thoroughly about our crust of earth. Forget about mantle and core. We don't even know thoroughly about structure of earth and how earth works and how it operates. It's there, it's theory, but practically seeing everything isn't clear. That's very important part, we understand that. So where is our key? We have to see where is our turnkey of engineering, civil engineering, where it is. A certification is one part, construction another part, and turnkey is another one part. So here, if you say construction is involved, that's very much, that's very much, you can say, driving force behind engineering, because our our goal is construction, and construction's goal is, you can say, whatever product of civil engineering or engineering we have, we produce. So theory, I said, structures means what are structure, what does it structure mean? That point is very important to understand. After all, what is structure? We know we understand structural engineering, but after all, what is structure? We say it's like atomic structure, electron, neutron, proton of every element and atom, we say. Of course, that is a structure. Every human body is a structure. Every animal body is structure. Even it's minute structure, it's very major structure. So structure is not civil alone. It's not civil alone. But when we say civil is related, then it's big one, not small one. Civil engineering is not based on minute structure, it bases on full-fledged structures. It bases on functional structures. It bases on structures that run life. It's not art alone. It's not artifact that we are talking of. We are talking of deliver of those products which are very big in size and very expensive, where human life is involved, development of world is involved, and your conception is involved. Cost, of course, is very important factor. We have to understand structure. What is a structure then? This is a structure. Big structure in civil engineering, we will find everything full size, full relative size. Nothing, we cannot say, okay, I give you very small room with this 5 centimeter by 5 centimeter, 5 centimeter design. Can you use that? We can't use that. Of course, ants can use or some other insects can use, but that is meaningless. If I want a room to live in, it has certain fixed, minimum permissible size to keep in. So civil engineering is related to real use of life, real use. For example, if you take electronics revolution, mobile revolution, you can change sizes of mobile gadget. You say, okay, it's very big, it's very small. It's the smallest mobile size and biggest. A function of mobile is same. Communication. You can take very big size notepad or laptop and use it for communication, or you take very small micro size. This means there is flexibility of use. We cannot say, oh, this should be minimum and that should be maximum. That doesn't work in that secondary engineering. But in civil engineering, you cannot have much flexibility. A minimum size is a must. There are bylaws, for structures, for designs, that you have to take. This is minimum size. This is the width of road is minimum. This airport should be minimum this. It should be runway should be this. Building room should be this. Living room should be this. Toilet size should be this. It's called bylaws or building codes. You have to follow them minimum. You can, yes, maximum there is no limit, but minimum should be, this should be height of room. You cannot say I can stay in a room which is 3 feet high or 90 centimeter high. You cannot say that. Yes, there are exceptions. People can do something, but as far as structure is concerned, it is life requirements science all over the world. I have to use a structure means I have to construct that way, I have to design that way, and that's what we consider means production of a structure of whatever material we use, brickwork, block work, stone masonry, RCC, PSC, structural steel, whatever material we use for construction of a structure whatsoever. There's always a calculation world behind that, a calculation world that is based on contemplation, based on imagination, based on thinking what we cannot see by eyes. It's like means there are certainly framing, we call it portal framing, and structural framing. Even if it's a big what we call wall is a structure. It's like we used to call wall is a structure and stone masonry is a structure, and wall brickworks are also a kind of a structure. If you use this as load bearing wall, if you use brick wall or stone masonry wall, in capacity as load bearing wall, in that case we have to calculate accordingly. In that case, we cannot simply say that this brickwork is fill-in only or cladding, but it is in fact load-bearing. So it acts as a structure. Then we have how load flows in. Also, in RCC framing or structural steel framing, we consider complete system from top to bottom or from top floor to bottom floor, including foundations, as one unit. And this unit should conduct properly, and every member should take its proportion of forces, horizontal forces as well as vertical forces or diagonal forces or third dimension forces. That calculation is very responsible for structural formation. That science, that engineering calculation world, and we call it understanding of structural arrangement, and that is what we define structure. But still it is undefined because I am giving a functional statement, I am not giving you real statement. And real statement is every part is independent of whole, but whole works as one. You got my point. Every part of this structure, every element of this structure is individual, but they all, when combined, work in unison. They neither of them can work separately. This is what structure speaks about. Just like I can give you example of our body itself. Our body has different parts from toe to head, and they work independently, but they work with this body as included part. If I take out one part, it cannot work with body. So is a structure. If a structure you have to understand, you have to understand totality in total, not separate part. If I say no, I take this column only and I design this column or only this beam, then that is not engineering design. Yes, for learning it's okay. You say this is short column or this is long column or this is beam. Design this beam for this load and design this column for this load. That is different matter. That's a purpose. That's only for learning purpose. Preliminary, very preliminary purpose. But when application is done, it's not that. No column is calculated separately. No beam is separate. Its whole structure means we have to consider. First of all, we have to consider what type of structure do we want, anatomy of a structure, what it is. So we say there's a slab or diaphragm, then the beams below or whatever else, and then columns, and then further beams, and then further columns, and then foundation like that. We take that into our account, and what we assume and what we imagine, we accordingly think of that. It's not that something has been built and we think of that. We think of means how this slab, which we call slab, suspended slab, how shall it behave when load applies on this, when they are live action on that, there is already its own weight action is there. How shall it behave? How shall it sag or hog? How shall connected beams which are monolithic to this slab shall behave? shall come down or up, and then connected columns or connected walls, how you say, how shall this behave? And this is our thought based on some formula, some process of calculation. It's not that it shall happen exactly that way, but there are certain tolerances, there are certain definitions, we use them for in calculations, and that we understand that we allow this much and we don't allow that much, keeping in view what material we use on that framing. And that's what framing is all about. Framing means three-dimensional x-axis, y-axis, and z-axis framing. It's not that in one direction I take, in other I cannot take. Yes, we can analyze whatever we want, but you know, it's like body joints. My joints at shoulder, my joints at hips, my joints at ankle. Same way, a building as a combination and a continuation of jointing system. It's not solid wall all around. It's not so. We have to use minimum material for maximum use or maximum benefit in structure. So you have to define a structure that way, because first you have to understand what is a structure, how it behaves. How it behaves means, can I imagine during my designs, okay, beam is deflecting. It doesn't deflect in real use. It deflects very minute when there is overload. Otherwise, when we design it, we cover it and deflect. We actually end deflection when we imagine there's a deflection. We provide design in such a way that deflection is immediately recovered. That's what we design. Same way, it may be deflection of beam, or deflection of slab, or sway, or column, or wherever, or even foundation. We take settlement into consideration like that. So, a structure is this one. It's no definition, but understanding of structure. And when we understand this structure, then we say, okay, this is theory of a structure, means this is what we have to understand, how structure behaves, conducts itself. And that conduct of structure is theory of structure that has been so far collected by scientists and engineers based on various formula. And these are of course very much calculative. Of course, because of computers, that work is now little reduced, but formula are formula, still they work. And we must know formula, or you can say calculative differential equations, others, and integral calculus, differential calculus, whatever mathematics, trigonometry, all is simple mensuration, all whatever is there or are there, they are involved. When I used to study, means all used means the very difficult, because mathematics is involved. 90% mathematics is involved in theory of structure and designs of structure. 90% mathematics, and then you can say sketches, etc., which you can say separately based on those mathematics. So calculation dominates world of theory of structure and designs of a structure, which is very much powerful, very much powerful world of construction engineering, because construction will follow only after these two are successfully achieved. Calculations are done safe, and then you can say application of that calculations results onto designs, drawings, sketches, and those can lead to real construction. That's where structure relates. Structure is not naked. It has many coverages. It has many safety aspects. It cannot be simply left in isolation. It is just like construction is a framework. Structural calculations are also framework, and projects are done because of that world of calculation in mathematical form, not in text form, in mathematical form, which is very, I think that form is distant from actual users, our users, whoever construct their structures or houses, or they don't know about this calculation world. But this calculation world is very dynamic, very operative, and without this we cannot create structures. And Of course, engineer cannot explain to everybody what it is because it's very complicated one. People look at only what happens in field, in physical form during construction, but they don't realize and they don't want to know what is behind that. They don't want to know. Means how much work has been done for this design, drawing, production. These people do not want to know. They only say, oh, few lines are there and that's it. So this is common man understanding, but you know, structure is very complicated, and if you do without using computers, means it takes a lot of time, of course, but computers also programmed by someone, so you can say computers are best used for repetition, and if you use original formula by calculation, there's no harm in that, because we have to make one building which continues in its joints, and no joints act separately but in unison. All joints act harmoniously for running of structure, for functional structure. Similarly, as I said, structure of metal, the original metal of soil, which is also structure, and that structure also required to be understood. And particularly, we have structures like interconnected, you can say interlocked, which is also good, or you can say this is not interlocked one, this is completely fine, and there's no interlocking arrangement in that. Now you must understand what I'm talking of. I'm talking of very fine particles, very fine particles of soil, very fine particles of sand, aggregate, and very flat inflated particle or angular particles, a globular particle of material or sand or aggregate wire. Hence, these are certain terms based on shape of particle. There's something is global, you can say, well, near the sphere, and something or an angle, you can say, angular we may say, or granular we can say, like grains, weight grains or rice grains. These particles resemble that one. Like we understand, but it's not means exactly when we understand or we study our soil just by eyes you cannot see, understand that. It understand structure of that soil, what how many types of soils are within one sample, its uniform nature or different nature, what percentage of what soil is like clay or silt or sand, or you can say rock pieces, rock particles, or whatever we understand by that soil testing, soil exploration, and because it's never same. Water changes its property, chemicals changes its properties, and its own relation to water changes its properties. And it depends on means the first we have to understand, because whatever structure you produce that would rest on soil, and means foundation would rest on soil, and then soil, how does it work in one layer or another layer, that's another point of investigation. Not necessary that one layer is enough for this, it can transfer loads to down layers, and how that works, that's very important part of engineering. So when I say turnkey projects, this means first turnkey is that your project should be safe in all aspects of engineering. Then you can say this is turnkey project. I'm not concerned about my safety because it's already safe. It's based on safe design and quality construction. I mean to say construction that is worth, means for this worth in good materials and good designs and good working. This what is required in structure. So structure is not very easy, it cannot be taken for granted. Unfortunately, common people do not understand this point, or you can say there is no one to explain to them about what structure means. But they forget that structure is very important part, and that's also important in which building you are staying. It's also made of structures, but you do not know what that structure is. Of course, building is safe, and you are not going to die in the building until something miraculous happens, or you building collapses. But it rarely happens because of so many factors, and sometimes We take under values and it has more values, you can say. We do not use full capacity of soil, we do not use full capacity of materials. We say, okay, let us say this is concrete, we take one third of that value, that it can be stressed in, but so no, we take one third or one fourth or one fifth, or you may say half, whatever factor you say, depending on composition of that, like steel is in, how much stress steel can take, or one material takes this much stress, the other one can take proportional this much. We take this so that this continues to be, you know, equal property material. You cannot say if both work in different mode, then RCC cannot work functionally. So it's that point that we limit our our power of material, our strength of materials that I just told. Strength of material is very reduced in beginning itself, and that's the result that people don't care about. They know that there's nothing going to happen by working of buildings. They say, okay, this building has been there for 25 years, nothing happened to this building, so this means, how it is done is okay, we can follow it like this. That's then this is a conventional design. I'm not talking of conventional conservative design, I'm talking of a real design in which we can use best or optimum power of materials, the strength of materials, I've said. So material engineering is very much important. Theory of structure is very much what we, once we do theory of structure, we apply that, we know how forces work on that structure. I'm talking of forces, means how loads or actions are applied by its own material, and as well as live forces, whatever, and wind forces, as well as thermal effects and your seismic actions. These points are very important for structure, and in how this structure shall conduct, we have to know that much. How shall it conduct in wind, and how it shall work under seismic forces, and that is very much natural. And to find that means a lot many calculations are done. Lot many calculations are done, and those calculations are, you must say, theory of structural calculation as well as design calculation. Theory of structure is number one, which can tell us, means we can tell us direct loading, bending moment loading, shear force loading, deflection result, and or horizontal acceleration due to earthquake forces as well as wind forces. Likewise, we say so much else in the fire exposure of that structure. So these points we consider, we have to consider. There's no way out. And all know, engineers know that this happen, they do. But when they design, maybe in beginning they try to do, but when after being discouraged by people, don't build respect this. They say, okay, do it, it's okay. You design. Design is not based on truth. Means you move in same direction as people move, and you don't want to do research based analysis. You don't want to understand, means how can I change this for further harm, further use. It depends. So what I'm saying is a structural definition. A structural definition is very much different, and there is no compromise in that. And structure is structure. If we are a good nation, if we are a quality engineering nation, but so far it doesn't prove it. It doesn't exhibit that. They are very quality nation. It doesn't prove till now. But no problem. It's okay. I'm not. It always means what I say is right. What I say is right is not right, means it's not right. Finish. But if I don't agree, if you don't agree, it doesn't mean engineering doesn't agree. Material have to perform. We can't say they should perform and they would perform. They don't need permission of someone. They don't need permission of anyone. These materials don't need permission of engineers or contractor. This material, when subject to load or live action or some other action, this has to perform until it fails. So behavior or conduct of materials can be understood but cannot be controlled, cannot be, no, when I say you take this load and when I say no, you don't take this load, this type of instruction or this type of assumption doesn't work. I cannot say that I have this switch. When I put the switch on, this soil shall take load of building, and when I put this off, this won't take load of building. That we can't do. So there's, a restriction of controls means civil engineering structures are not controlled like that. I'm putting it offline. Now I'm online. It doesn't work in our structures. Our big structures, full scale structures, this doesn't work. That's important point, we have a very important point like this. So these points import other points of engineering, and that is construction. So construction is linked to all these points. Though it's construction, people say it's very easy. This building was started, it's finished. That is started and finished doesn't mean this is done originally here. Yes, they have certain professional or trade wise practice. They know what how many actions are taken, how many activities are conducted, and they conduct them. But that is not engineering work. That's only application or of construction, application of those designs. Though maybe nobody gives quality, but designs are designs and construction is construction. That's point where it is. Well, I would say that because I wanted to define engineering, structural engineering and general engineering. So structure is part on importance scale number one. Whatever structure you have, if your real structure in that is defective or is not safe, I can say that user or occupant of that structures are not safe. Yes, this is also true that it will not send alert when it fails. It can fail anytime if it's not well done, it's not well devised. But if it is done all the way, structure is done, soil is done, everything is done, it may be reliable structure for whatever duration. That point is of utmost importance. That point is of utmost importance because safety is number one on structures, or not only on structures, in life itself. Safety is very important. Safety, health, and environment we call, along with ergonomics. That first it has to be safe, and that is very important point. It can be safe only when it is properly done. It's properly charted out, it's properly applied with, produced. We can say it is done. Then we cannot simply attack something. Why there happens in field different opinions? Why do it happens? It happens because people do not know reality behind structural engineering. They say, okay, they are making columns, they are making slab, it's fine. For them, just looking at that, it happens is fine. Behind that, nobody goes. So that's a problem. And because structural engineering is not understood by everybody, so the structure is done. You have been doing it, what we used to doing, it, and that way they do it. Means a kind of, you may say it's kind of convention, I call it. When you do something and keep on doing repeat that same way, it may be wrong, it may be right. I am not saying that. But it may be not according to requirement. It should be, means you repeat same thing again and again, and that's wrong actually. That's not according to engineering. But that becomes a convention. You can say, oh, I did this before, I do it again because that is safe, it will be safe. That criteria is wrong. It doesn't work. Your building is live, it's working, doesn't mean it is good building. It doesn't mean that. If I measure that according to engineering, I reject that. But rejection doesn't mean it is failed. Yes, it is performing, but no guarantee of that. It's performing, and we do not, it's performing because it is material. It's material performing, you can say, not actually science performing there. It's same thing, mountain is there and mountain won't go away. It's there. But you don't know anything about the mountain. It's same thing. So it's when you say structure, it means actual work, actual engineering. And when I say, no, I have done it, the good structure, don't worry about this, then that is not based on calculations. That is based on your, okay, thumb rule they call thumb rule. And what is thumb rule? I don't understand thumb rule or finger rule or toe rule. I don't understand that. These people, these people, it's making money trade, you may say. It's money making trade. You have to make money, and for making money, you do that level. That's different one. I mean, I'm not talking of money making. That's not my profession. Money making, it is my profession is engineering construction, engineering design, and you can say in totality engineering. Well, I am just explaining this because it's very important to make people understand, even make engineers understand that you are an engineer for all this, and you forget that you are not using this. You are not in your profession. It is a must, and you are not doing that. Really, it's point. You studied a lot for so many years, and that study should be used by society, the benefit of that study. But society does not understand that. When you tell so much, you use so much and so much, a long list of check, or you can say long list of how to check, it makes sometimes people uneasy. Oh, so long list you have to check. Why are you asking? Why are you troubling us so much? They do not understand this is a requirement. As many checks you do, or you check all points, then you will benefit. Not that person who is asking to check. Examine. That point is very, very significant. You have to understand. So, definition of engineering is actually based on definition of structure. What way we define structure, that definition goes to what way we define engineering product, engineering. Because civil engineering is not consumable. It's not consumable. It is destiny engineering, you can say. Destiny means, like we say, this is my destiny, where long your success or your objective or your product works for decades, centuries, and that is called permanent use. So this engineering is permanent use engineering. It's not 1 day, 2 day, 1 week, 2 week, or 1 month, or 2 months, or 2 year, 3 years. It's not that. It's not like that. So we must have different contemplation about engineering precise definition and engineering representative definition. As I have taken time to explain, this is means I'm not explaining in like definition mode. I'm explaining in real mode. Means when you thoroughly discuss something, it's very important for everybody to analyze that. Now, as I'm defining structures, Structure is root of engineering. Civil engineering particularly, it is root, very much root. We cannot do anything without civil engineering, or you may say engineering, infrastructural engineering or structural engineering, you may say, because every civil engineering product is based on structure. Without structure it doesn't move. It may be a small wall, or it may be big building or flyover or whatever. Every infrastructure part is based on civil engineering and other engineering, services engineering, on that work, on that basis of structure. So we cannot simply specifically speak about structure, but total structure. And structure cannot be taken for granted just like people do it. For them, what they do is structure. Means whatever they do is structure, they don't care for anything else. But this is not their fault. This is fault of failure in understanding about engineering. Neither engineers tell them they do, or no public thinks of. So what can I say about this? That engineering should not be taken for granted. It cannot be taken for granted. It has to be taken in engineering spirit, in working spirit, in as a performing spirit. It should be said that it should be taken in investigative spirit, in research spirit. It doesn't matter you construct very small room, but all engineering applies on that. It's not say, oh, this is very small building, one room, two room. Why are you asking me for this soil investigation, for designs, for this? Every mason can do it. Every carpenter can do it. Yes, they would do it, but they will not do considering engineering. They will just repeat what they repeated in past. It's not their fault, because it's their livelihood medium. They live because of this, but it's your money. Your money, you have to see that it goes to right work, right activity. Who will look in your place? If you think that person who never studied, who doesn't understand engineering, if that person is good for you, fine. Means I'm not objecting though. That's your privilege. But you forget that and think of professional engineering. If you think your same money can produce you better when you do it engineering way, of course you will make it. But one man says one thing, another says another thing, and that's where problem lies in. So structural engineering is very much different in here. We have to be very, you can say, we have to be very specific about that, about structures. And if we do that, we can change world. Of course, structure is done in generally all parts of world. Somewhere it is taken good care, somewhere it is not, depending on what sort of culture is there, or what value is given to engineering. But never in our land, Bharat, India, but I have experienced, observed that engineering structure is not respected. It should be. It's not respected to that level it should be. It's unfortunate or fortunate. You can use whatever word. Some it's very fortunate that we don't care about structural engineering because it's good for us. And so they no, it's very bad. We're not doing structural engineering. It's not good for us. Same definition, same way, same comments can be done in this way or in that way. So that's very much part of, you can say, definition of engineering. Still, I'm not happy with this definition. It's just an elaboration. Still, definition is same: think, do, and deliver. Think, do and deliver. T, D and D. Deliver, okay, delivery shall be made means there's not third as a different type of activity. You can say inauguration of the building to use. And so think and do are more important. When you think means a part of design, okay, design, and when you start on practical construction, you can say do comes in, think comes in, both comes in, and then of course when it's done, it comes to operational mode. So think, 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 because thinking exists everywhere in engineering. So think, do and do is very much important part. And then you can say projects, which I say projects are actually world of engineering. Whatever sort of project, when you do these projects in wherever, whichever world area, this is real engineering. You produce from nothing something that is useful for society, useful for human. That's where we can say that this is our work of engineering. It of course shall not get you much more money. If you think that money is engineering, yes, you can decide, you can demand something because of prevailing circumstances, but that doesn't matter here. So now, because we are dealing with projects, and projects means something very special, and you can say we have gone through these details last time. Where I was not sure where I was. Agreement determination, then meetings and contractor, what it was, contractor's representative, subcontractor, nominated. So I think we have to talk of contractor here. Cooperation, setting out health. So we should be in this contractor world now. The meeting below, the meeting and that. Agreement of determination. Meetings and contractor. Meeting, what is a meeting? Okay. Either party may require other party to attend a management meeting which discuss arrangements for future work or other matters in connection with execution of works. Alright, so employers, other contractors, alright, this is done. Now this is go to contractors. General, what's contractor means? I am talking of contractor now. Contractor is again very important word in construction. What is contractor? What do we understand by contractor? Very important point. What do you understand by contractor? Contractor. Yes, very conventional definition is there, but real definition, I consider construction contract or EPC contract. There are two parties. We know it. One party is employer, who is responsible for projects, everything, financially and otherwise, and also another party which works on behalf of that employer for project, scope of work, and physically delivers or produces what is required, and in exchange of which contract consideration is paid to that party. What is then contractor? Point is that. What is contractor? See, what is contractual definition? I'm not talking of that. I'm talking different terms. Whom we can call a contractor? Because contractor is signed by both. Contract is signed by both. By a person who is investing money or called employer and a person who is doing this work for employer. Both are contractor. Contract between two says that I have to do this work in this period and I take this much consideration from you. Contractor means actually both parties are contractors because they contracting. Contract means they have contracted to move together on that project. Simple. They have decided to move independently on that project for set objective. That set objective is project. Whatever kind of project it be. We have to both together work on this contract. Your scope responsibility is about vegetables and chapati, cooking, and my responsibility is that doing this job, I go away. So, how to define contractor? That's a very ab initio point here. Practically speaking, both are contractor, but functionally, you can say, functionally, operatively of that contract. One is named employer and other is named contractor. Because basics of work is done by contractor, and that's why contractor is there by name, and then original work done by farming leaders, by by farmers or by contractor are those who do job actually in physical terms that can be measured. So you can say those who are on grounds, those who understand reality. Alright, contractor we are talking of, right? Contractor is actually, you can say, root of construction. No contractor means practically no construction. Contractor. We don't have professionals or engineers world over that takes own interest and do work. This is very much fact in life. We don't have. And because we don't have, we have to think about this. Think what way, how, that's another point, but we have to think very clearly about this issue. That you can say, without channel of contractor, you cannot produce structures. Forget good or bad, that is another point. Forget quality, but even doing bad quality, even to a contractor. So it's not right statement, I should say. When contractor stands, contractor has to tell. Contractor has to abide by all specifications, rules and regulations. That's the duty of that person involved in sale construction failed. Contractor is, of course it's a party in contract, but only party that takes this world to contractor is a party two on contracts. Party two means party one is employer. Employer who is finally responsible for ownership of that project. That owner shall dispose that project according to its will. But until this contract remains force, power, and that reason or scanning shall not do anything. Contractor is a person who shall build for you your imaginary structure or drawing a structure and bring back its power to you. That's where contractor lies in. Contractor means realizer of your concept, realizer of your finances. A structure is owned by anyone. uh, Now, contractor does its work not because contractor likes that, but because uh, So contractor is very important part of development because contractor has to arrange all options of materials. Yeah, Well done. Well done. Very well done. This. I give a contract. You can say, I give a contractor. It's my job to construct with designs, my own designs, which meets requirements of your specifications, use, and its environment, its source technology. This is my work for you. I can do it for you. Believe me, it's very, very high class of profession. Very high class of profession. I think if you just keep apart, issue of profit. Alright. I have to do everything for you as a contractor. I have to give you your project, your product, and this is my duty to give it to you just for some money. That is consideration. That's my duty. I will do it for you, not for you. So what it says? What does it say? No. Contractor says, I am doing it for you. So what are my obligations? It says contractor shall work, contract shall execute works, contractor shall execute works. It is contractor shall execute works in accordance with contract. When completed, works or section or major item of plant shall be fit for purposes for which they are intended. They are intended as defined and described in employer's requirements or where no purposes are so defined and described fit for their ordinary purposes. It says contractor shall execute works in according with contract. Here, because it is ABC, design is also a part of execution. Design is a part of execution and construction is a part of execution. Contractor shall execute works in accordance with contract. When completed, such works or sections or major item of plant, if so, shall be fit for intended purpose as defined and described in employer's requirements or where no purposes are so defined and described should be fit for their ordinary purpose. Contractor shall provide plant spare parts if required in addition to plant and contractor's documents specified in employer's requirement. And all contractors' personnel, goods, consumables, It's very important definition. It can be called a definition here. Contractor to provide plant. Contractor to provide plant along with spare parts if that's a part of contract. And plant means their equipment also, vessel, route of piping, or you can say machine, whatever it is. Of course, contractors' documents, whatever speak of, it should be accordingly. So, contractor should provide plant, spare parts, according to contract document or employer's requirements, and all contractors' personal goods, all contractors' personal, as a contractors' person, human resources can say, goods, consumables, and other things, other articles of interest, of articles within contract, and services, whether of a temporary or permanent nature, required to fulfill contractor's obligations under contract. Work shall include which work shall include all inputs, all output which are necessary to satisfy employer's requirements and schedules, or is implied by contract, and all works which, although not mentioned in contract, are necessary for stability or for completion or safe and proper operation of works. This is another definition of work in EPC. Work shall include whatever work which is necessary to satisfy employers' requirements and schedules, or is implied by contract, and all works which, although not mentioned in contract, are necessary for stability or for completion or safe and proper operation of works. Contractor shall be responsible for adequacy, stability, and safety of all contractors' operations and activities. Contractor shall be responsible for adequacy, stability, and safety of all contractors' operations and activities of all methods of construction and of all works. Contractor shall, whenever required by employer, submit details of arrangements and methods which contractor proposes to adopt for execution of works. Contractor, whenever required by employer, would submit details of arrangements and methods which contractor proposes to adopt for execution of works. No significant alteration to these arrangements and methods shall be made without this alteration having been submitted to employer. Performance security, this is contractor. Contractor shall obtain a performance security to secure contractor's proper performance of contract in amount and currencies stated in contract data. If no amount is stated in contract data, that subclause would not apply. Contract obligations. So, contractor shall deliver performance security to employer within 28 days after both parties have signed contract agreement, 28 days maximum. Performance security shall be issued by an entity and from within a country or other jurisdiction to which employer gives his assent, his consent, and inform annexed to particular conditions or in another form agreed by employer. But such consent and or agreement shall not relieve contractor from whatever obligation under this subclause of contract. Contractor shall ensure that performance security remains valid and enforceable until issue of performance certificate. Contractor shall ensure that performance security remains valid and enforceable until issue of performance certificate and contractor has complied with, you may say, clearance of site. Until that time, you can say this minimum if terms of performance security specify an expiry date, contractor has not become entitled to receive performance certificate by date 28 days before expiry. Contract shall extend validity of performance security until issue of performance certificate and contract has complied with clearance of site. Wherever variations or adjustments under clause variations and adjustments result in an accumulative increase or decrease of contract price by more than 20% of contract price stated in contract agreement. I think we have same as it was in other one, so we can move forward. Why to waste time on same thing? So let's go to something else. All this return etc. is already same. There's no meaning in just doing same thing. Let's say subcontractors. Let's take a little look on this because subcontract is also very important part of contracts. Just for brief understanding, we can say works with a total accumulated value. Works with a total accumulated value greater than percentage stated in contract data of contract price stated in contract agreement, or whatever part of works for which subcontracting is not permitted as stated in contract data. Contractor shall be responsible for work of all subcontractors. The main point, here, contractor shall be responsible for work of subcontractors or all works of all subcontractors. Can say contractor shall be responsible for work of all subcontractors for managing and coordinating all subcontractors' work and for acts or defaults of whoever subcontractor or whoever subcontractors, agents or employees as if they were acts of defaults of contractor. So there is subcontractor, responsible one, but not absolutely responsible one for job. It is main contractor who is responsible for subcontractors. So subcontractors, this means, must be under control of main contractor. where where specified in contract data, contractor shall give a notice to employer not less than 28 days. So this is routine, means like intended appointment of subcontractor with detailed particulars which shall include subcontractor's relevant experience, means intended appointment of a subcontractor with detailed particulars which shall include subcontractor's relevant experience, intended commencement of subcontractor's work, intended commencement of subcontractor's work on site, and now it is nominated subcontractors. This is also same as before. Just repeat this. It's the same thing as was in construction contract. Let's say nominated subcontractor definition is means a subcontractor named in such in employer's requirements. It's a subcontractor named in such in employer's requirements of a home employer, or you can say employer under provisional sum provision, under provisional sum clause instructs the contractor to employ as a subcontractor. Objection to nomination, that's another point, also same as it was. Yes, repeat it. Contractor shall not be under any obligation to employ a nominated subcontractor whom employer instructs and against whom contractor raises reasonable objection by giving a notice to employer which detailed supporting particulars no later than 14 days after receiving employer's instruction. An objection shall be deemed reasonable if it arises from, among other issues, either of following matters, unless employer agrees to indemnify contractor against and from consequences of matter. I see same language as it was in Red Book. Only difference is that in place of engineer here employer has been placed. Simple. There are reasons to believe that subcontractor does not have sufficient competencies, required resources or final strength. This is one reason that for not accepting that subcontractor does not specify that the nominated subcontractor shall indemnify contractor against and from whatever negligence or misuse of goods by nominated subcontract agents and employees, and go further than subcontract does not specify that for subcontracted work including design, if it's a nominated subcontractor shall undertake to contractor such obligations and liabilities as shall enable contractor to discharge contractor's corresponding obligations and ability under contract and indemnity contractor against indemnify contractor against and from all obligations and liabilities arising under or in connection with contract and from the consequences of whatever failure by subcontractor to perform these obligations or to fulfill these liabilities. Payment to nominated subcontractors. Contractor shall pay to nominated subcontractor amounts due. Contractor shall pay to nominated subcontractor amount due in accordance with subcontract. This amount plus other charges shall be included in contract price in accordance with subparagraph whatever is given. Provisional sums except as stated in subclause. Evidence of payments. Evidence of payments means before making an interim payment, under interim payment, which includes the amount payable to nominated subcontractor, employer may request contractor to supply reasonable evidence that nominated subcontractor has received all amounts due in accordance with previous interim payments by employer less applicable deductions for retention or otherwise, unless contractor submits this reasonable evidence or satisfies employer in writing that contractor is reasonably entitled to withhold or refuse to pay these amounts, and submits to employer reasonable evidence that nominated subcontractor has notified of contract's entitlement. An employer may, at the employer's sole discretion, pay directly to nominated subcontractors part of all of such amounts included in previous payments, less applicable deductions as are due to nominated subcontractor, and for which contractor has failed to submit evidence described in subparagraphs. Thereafter, employer shall give a notice to contractor stating amount paid directly to nominated subcontractor by employer, and next interim payment after this notice shall include this amount as the deduction and the notice of interim payments. So reason was not to pay satisfy employer in writing that contract is reasonably entitled to withhold or refuse his payments to subcontractor, and submits to employer reasonable evidence that nominated subcontractor has been notified of contractor's entitlement. Then we see this is a cooperation. It's general, as we did in last construction contract. Contractor shall, as specified in employer's requirements or as instructed by employer, cooperate with and allow appropriate opportunities for carrying out work. Contractor shall, as specified in employer's requirements or as instructed by employer, cooperate with and allow appropriate opportunities for carrying out work by employer's personnel, or whatever other contractors employed by employer. And say employer's personnel, they do cooperation. It is contract shall specify employer's requirements or instructed by employer, cooperate with and allow appropriate opportunities for carrying out work by employer's personnel, whoever else contractors employed by employer, and personnel of whatever legally constituted public authorities and private utility companies who may be employed in carrying out on and near site of whatever work not included in contract. Such appropriate opportunities may include use of contractors' equipment, temporary works, access arrangements which are the responsibility of contractor, and or other contract facilities or service on site. Contractor shall be responsible for contractor's construction. Contractor shall be responsible for contractor's construction activities on site and shall use all reasonable endeavors to coordinate these activities with those of other contractors to extent specified in employer's requirements or as instructed by employer. If contractor suffers delay, and or incurs cost as a result of an instruction under this provision, to extent that cooperation, allowance of opportunities, and coordination was unforeseeable having regard to that specified in employer's requirements, contract shall be entitled, subject to subclause claims for payment and or extension of time and copy or payment of such cost plus profit. Setting out. Contractor shall set out works in relation to items of reference under site data and items of reference. Contractor shall verify accuracy of all these items of reference before they are used for works. Rectify whatever error in items of reference, positions, levels, dimensions, and or alignment of works, and be responsible for correct positioning of all parts of works. Then health and safety obligations, which is also same as we did in last one, but let us repeat for refreshing. And I know there's no difference except refreshing is important. Comply with all applicable health and safety regulations and laws, and comply with obligations specified in contract. Comply with directives issued by contract's health and safety officer. Health and safety of personnel, and take care of health and safety of all persons entitled to be on site and other places where works are being executed. Keep site works and other places where works are being executed clear of unnecessary obstruction so as to avoid dangers to these persons. Provide fencing, lighting, safe access, guarding and watching of works until works are taken over under employers taking over clause. Whatever part of works where contractor is executing outstanding works or remedying whatever defects notification period. Provide temporary works including roadways, footways, guards and fences, which may be necessary because of execution of works for use and protection of public and of owners and occupiers of adjacent land and property. Within 21 days of commencement date and before commencing whatever construction of on-site, contractor shall submit to employer for information a health and safety manual which has been specifically prepared for works, site and other places where contractor intends to execute works. This manual shall be in addition to whatever other similar document required under applicable health and safety regulations and laws. So in 28 days of commencement date, before commencing construction on site, contractor shall submit employer for information of health and safety manual. Health and safety manual shall set out all health and safety requirements specified in employer's requirements that comply with all contractors' health and safety obligations under contract, and that are necessary to effect and maintain a healthy and safe working environment for all persons entitled to be on site and other places where works are being executed. This manual shall be revised as necessary by contractor. This manual shall be revised as necessary by contractor or contractor's health and safety officer or at reasonable request of employer. Each revision of manual shall be submitted promptly to employer. Addition to reporting requirement. In addition to reporting requirement of subparagraph, its progress reports, contractor shall submit to employer details of whatever accident as soon as practicable after its occurrence and in case of an accident causing a serious injury or death, shall inform employer immediately. Contractor shall specify the employer's requirements and so as employer may reasonably require, maintain records and make reports in compliance with applicable health and safety regulations and laws concerning health and safety of persons and whatever damage to property. Then quality management and compliance verification system is also means almost same as it was, except that we have to place employer in text where engineer was in. Contractor shall prepare and implement a quality management system to demonstrate compliance with requirements of contract. Quality management system or QM shall be specifically prepared for works and submitted to employer for within 28 days of commencement date. Thereafter, wherever QM system is updated or revised, a copy shall promptly be submitted to employer. QM system shall be in accordance with details stated in employer's requirements and include contractor's procedures. To ensure that all notices and other communications under notices and other communications, contractors' documents as built records, operation and maintenance manuals, and contemporary records can be traced with full certainty to works, goods, workmanship, to test or to which they relate. To ensure proper coordination and management of interfaces between stages of execution of works and between subcontractors and for submission of contractors' documents to employer for review. Contractors shall carry out internal audits of within QMS regularly and at least once every 6 months. Contractors shall submit to employer a report listing results of each internal audit within 7 days of completion. Each report shall include, where appropriate, proposed measures to improve and or rectify QMS and its implementation. If contractor is required by contract's quality assurance certification to be subject to external audit, contractor shall immediately give a notice to employer describing failings, any failing identified in any external audit report. If contract is a joint venture, this obligation shall apply to each member of joint venture. And compliance verification system is also very important to understand. Contractor shall prepare and implement a compliance verification system to demonstrate that design, materials, employer supplied materials, plant, work and workmanship comply in all respects with contract. Compliance verification system shall be in accordance with details stated in employer's requirements and shall include a method for reporting results of all inspections and tests carried out by contractor in event that any inspection or test identifies a non-compliance with contract, as defects and rejections shall apply. General provision: compliance with QM system and our compliance verification system shall not relieve contractor from whatever duty, obligation, or responsibility under or in connection with contract. Again, it is general compliance with QM system and or compliance verification system shall not relieve contractor from whatever duty, whatever obligation or responsibility under or in ambit in connection with contract. Site data, contractor shall be responsible for verifying and interpreting all data made available by employer under site data and items of reference. Contractor shall be deemed to have satisfied himself or herself, or you can say it. Contractor shall be deemed to have satisfied self as to correctness and sufficiency of contract price stated in contract agreement. Unless otherwise stated in contract price stated in contract agreement shall be deemed to cover all contractor's obligations under contract and all requirements necessary for proper execution of job or works in accordance with provisions of contract. Unforeseeable difficulties. Let us see this verses. Except as otherwise stated in particular conditions. Except as otherwise stated in particular conditions. Contractor shall be deemed to have obtained all necessary information as to risks, contingencies, and other circumstances which may influence or affect works. Contractor shall be deemed to have obtained all necessary information as to risks, contingencies, and other circumstances which may influence or affect works. By signing contract agreement, contract accepts total responsibility for having foreseen all difficulties and costs of successfully completing works. Contract price shall not be adjusted to take account of whatever unforeseeable or unforeseen difficulties or cost. Rights of way and facility. Rights of way and facility. Contractor shall bear all costs and charges for special and or temporary rights of way which may be required for purposes of works, including those for access to site. Contractor shall also obtain at contractor's risks and cost whatever additional facilities outside site which may be required for purposes of works. Avoidance of interference. Avoidance of interference means contractor shall not interfere unnecessarily or improperly with convenience of public. Right? Contractor shall not interfere. Contractor shall not interfere. Unnecessarily or improperly with convenience of public, access to and use and occupation of roads and footpaths, irrespective of whether they are public or in possession of employer or of others. Contract shall indemnify and hold employer harmless. Contractor shall indemnify and hold employer harmless against and from all damages, losses and expenses, including legal fees and expenses resulting from whatever such unnecessary or improper interference. Access routes. Access route. Contractor shall be deemed to have been satisfied. Contractor shall be deemed to have been satisfied at base date as to suitability and availability of access routes to site. Contractors shall take all necessary measures to prevent what road or bridge from being damaged by contractor's traffic or by contractor's personnel. These measures shall include proper use of appropriate vehicles, conforming to legal load and width limits, and whatever other restrictions and routes, except as otherwise stated in these conditions. Now I see down. Contractor shall be responsible for repair of whatever damage caused to and relevant maintenance, pertinent maintenance, relevant maintenance, due maintenance which may be required for contractor's use of access routes. Contractor shall provide all necessary signs or directions along access routes, obtain required permissions or permits which may be required from relevant authorities for contractors' use of routes, signs and directions. Employer shall not be responsible for whatever third party claims which may arise from contractors' use or otherwise of whatever access route. Employer doesn't guarantee suitability or availability of particular access routes. Employer does not guarantee suitability or availability of particular access routes. All costs due to non-suitability or non-availability for use required by contractor of access routes shall be borne by contractor. To extent that non-suitability or non-availability of an access route arises as a result of changes to that access route by employer or a third party after base date, and as a result contractor suffers delay and or incurs cost, contractor shall be entitled subject to claims for payment and of EOT payment of such cost. Transport of goods. Transport of goods. Contractor shall give notice to employer not less than 21 days before date on which plant or a major item of other goods as specified in employer's requirements be delivered to site. Should be responsible for packing, means contractor is responsible for packing, loading, transporting, receiving, unloading, storing and protecting all goods and other requirements for works. Responsible for customs, clearance, permits, fees and charges related to import, transport and handling of all goods, including all obligations necessary for their delivery to site. Indemnify and hold employer harmless. Indemnify and hold employer harmless against and from all damages, losses and expenses, including legal fees and expenses resulting from import, transport and handling of all goods, and shall negotiate and pay all third party claims arising from their import, transport and handling. Contractors equipment. Contractors equipment. Contractor shall be responsible for all contractor's equipment when brought onto site. Contractor's equipment shall be deemed to be exclusively intended for execution of works. Execution of works. Contractors shall not remove from site whatever major items of contractor's equipment without employer's consent. However, consent shall not be required for vehicles transporting goods or contractor's personnel. In addition to whatever notice given under transport of goods, contractor shall give a notice to employer of date on which major item of contractor's equipment has been delivered to site. This notice shall be given within 7 days of delivery date. Shall identify whether item of contractor's equipment is owned by contractor or a subcontractor or other person, and if rented or leased, identify rental or lease entity. Protection of environment. Protection of environment. Contractor shall take all necessary measures to protect environment, both on and off site. Comply with environment impact as in statement for works and limit damage and nuisance to people and property resulting from pollution, noise and other results of contractors' operations and or activities. Contractor shall ensure that emissions, surface discharges, effluent and other pollutants come or pollution from contractors' activities shall exceed neither valued indicated values indicated in employer's requirements nor those prescribed by applicable laws. Contractors shall ensure that emissions, surface discharges, effluent, and other pollutants from contractors' activities shall exceed neither values indicated in employer's requirements nor those prescribed by applicable laws. Temporary utilities. Temporary utilities. Contractors shall, except as stated below, be responsible for provisions of all temporary utilities, including electricity, gas, telecommunications, water, and or other services contractor may require for execution of works. Following provisions of subclause shall only apply if as stated in employer's requirements. Employer is to provide utilities for contractors' use. Contractors shall be entitled to use for purposes of works utilities on site for which details and prices are given in employer's requirements. Contractor shall, at contractor's risk and cost, provide apparatus necessary for contractor's use of these services and for measuring quantities consumed. Apparatus provided for measuring quantities consumed shall be subject to employer's consent. Quantities consumed during each period of payment stated in contract data shall be measured by contractor and amount to be paid by contractor for such quantities at prices stated in employer's requirement shall be included in relevant statement. Progress report. Monthly progress reports in format stated in employer's requirements shall be prepared by contractor and submitted to employer. Each progress report shall be submitted in one paper, original, one electronic copy, and additional paper copies as stated in contract data. First report shall cover period up to end of first month following commencement date. Report shall be submitted monthly thereafter, each within 7 days after last day of month to which it relates. Reporting shall continue until date of completion of works, or if outstanding work is listed in taking over certificate, date on which such outstanding work is completed. Unless otherwise stated in employer's requirements, each progress report shall include 1. Charts, diagrams, and detailed descriptions. Charts, diagrams, and detailed descriptions of progress, including each stage of design, contractor's documents, procurement, manufacture, delivery to site, construction, erection, testing, commissioning, and trial operation. Photographs or video recordings showing status of manufacture and of progress on and off site. For manufacture of each main item of plant and materials, name of manufacturer, manufacturer location, percentage progress and actual or expected date of commencement of manufacture, contractor's inspection, tests and shipment and arrival at site. Details described in contractor's records. Copies of quality management documents, inspection reports, test results and compliance verification documents, including certificates of materials, a list of variations and a list of variations and whatever notice is given. Whatever notice is given by either party under notice of claim. Health and safety statistics, including details of any hazardous incidents and activities relating to environmental aspects and public relations, and comparisons of actual and planned progress with details of events or circumstances which may adversely affect completion of works in accordance with program and time for completion, and measures being adopted to overcome delays. However, nothing stated in progress report shall constitute a notice under clause of these conditions. Security of site. Security of site, and you can say it's very important point here. Security of site. Security of site, Contractor shall be responsible for security of site and for keeping authorized, unauthorized persons off site. Number one, unauthorized persons off site. And authorized persons shall be limited to contractor's personnel, employer's personnel, and to other personnel identified as authorized personnel, including employers, other contractors on site by a notice from employer to contractor. Contractors' operations on site. Contractor shall confine contractors' operations to site and to additional areas which may be obtained by contractor and acknowledged by employer as working areas. Contractor shall take all necessary precautions to keep contractors' equipment and contractors' personnel within site and these additional areas, and to keep them off adjacent land. At all times, contractor shall keep site free from all unnecessary obstructions. Properly store or remove from site any contractor's equipment or surplus materials. Contractor shall promptly clear away and remove from site wreckage, rubbish, hazardous waste and temporary works which are no longer required. Promptly after issue of takeover certificate, contractor shall clear away and remove from that part of site and works to which taking over certificate refers all contractor's equipment, surplus material, wreckage, rubbish, hazardous waste and temporary works. Contractor shall leave that part of site and works in a clean and safe condition. However, contractor may retain at locations on site agreed with employer during defects notification period such goods as are required for contractor to fulfill obligations under contract. Archaeological and geological findings. All fossils, coins, articles of value or antiquity, and structures and other remains or items of geological or archaeological interest found on site shall be placed under care and authority of employer. Contractor shall take all reasonable precautions to prevent contractor's personnel or other persons from removing or damaging all either of these findings. I will say finding. Contractor shall, as soon as possible, practicable after discovery of such finding, give a notice to employer in good time to give employer opportunity to promptly inspect or investigate finding before it is disturbed. This notice shall describe finding and employer issue instructions for dealing with it. If contractor suffers delay or incurs cost from complying with employer's instructions, contractor shall be entitled subject to EOT, claims payment, etc. And then it is now general designs obligations. It's something very important. Designs applications, certain designs. We say contractor shall designs issue, which is very important part. You can say construction it is, so we can say that. Let's say we go give me a philosophy. Now designs issue, that is, you may say very important issue. Yes, it is, and very important one. Of course it is, and you can say designs issue is very important one. We know that, and it is, of course it is very important one. So let us now concentrate on design. This part of design says contractors shall be deemed to have scrutinized. Contractors shall be deemed to have scrutinized prior to base date employers' requirements, including design criteria and calculations, if any. Contractors shall carry out and be responsible for design of works and for accuracy of such employers' requirements, including design criteria and calculations, except as stated in this subclause below. Design shall be prepared by designers. That's very important. Design shall be prepared by designers who are engineers, or other professionals qualified, experienced, and competent in disciplines of design for which they are responsible. Comply with criteria stated in employer's requirements and are qualified and entitled under applicable laws to design works. Employer shall not be responsible for whatever error, inaccuracy, or omission of certain kind in employer's requirements as originally included in contract, and shall not be deemed to have given representation of accuracy or completeness in data or information, except as stated in this subclause below. Data or information received by contractor from employer or otherwise shall not relieve contractor from contractor's responsibility for execution of works. I repeat this paragraph. This is important one. Let me see. It was a design issue. I repeat all this. No problem. Okay. Contractors shall be deemed to have scrutinized prior to base date employers' requirements, including design criteria and calculations, if any. If contractor shall carry out and be responsible for design of works and for accuracy of such employers' requirements, including design criteria and calculations, except as stated in this subclause. Design shall be prepared by designers who are engineers, means they must be engineers, or other professionals who are qualified, experienced, and competent in disciplines of design for which they are responsible. Comply with criteria stated in employer's requirement and are qualified, entitled under applicable laws to design works. Employer shall not be responsible for errors, inaccuracy, or omission of certain kind in employer's requirements as originally included in contract, and shall not be deemed to have given any representation of accuracy or completeness of whatever data or information, except as stated herein, whatever data or information received by contractor from employer or otherwise shall not relieve contractor from contractor's responsibility for execution of works. However, employer shall be responsible for correctness of following portions of employer's requirements and following data and information provided by on behalf of employer, portions, data, information which are stated in contract as being immutable or responsibility of employer. Portions, data, information which are stated in contract as being immutable or responsibility of employer. Definitions of intended purposes. Definitions of intended purposes of works or parts thereof. Criteria for testing and performance of completed works. Criteria for testing and performance of completed works, and portions, data, and information which cannot be verified by contractor except as otherwise stated in contract. Contractor's documents. So that was design criteria. We have taken that into our considerations. Now, contractor's document shall comprise as follows: specified in employer's requirements, required to satisfy all permissions, licenses, and other regulatory approvals which are contractor's responsibility under compliance with laws, and as-built records and our subclause operation and maintenance manuals where applicable. Preparation by contractor. Unless otherwise stated in employer's requirements, contractor's document shall be written in language for communications defined in law language. Contractor shall prepare all contractor's documents and whatever other documents necessary to complete and implement design during execution of works and to instruct contractor's personnel. Review by employer. A review period means period not exceeding 21 days or as otherwise stated in employer's requirements, calculated from date on which employer receives a contractor's document and a contractor's notice. Contractor's document excludes either of contractor's documents. Contractor's documents excludes contractor's document which is not specified in employer's requirement of these conditions as being required to be submitted for review, but includes all documents on which a specified contractor's document relies for completeness. And contractor's notice means notice which shall state that relevant contractor's document is considered by contractor to be ready for review and for use, that it complies with employee's requirements and these conditions, or extent to which it does not do so. If employer's requirements or these conditions specify that a contractor's document is to be submitted to employer for review, it shall be submitted accordingly together with a contractor's notice. Employer shall within review period give a notice to contractor of no objection. Employer shall within review period give a notice to contractor of no objection, which may include comments concerning minor matters which will not substantially affect works, or that contractor's document fails to comply with employer's requirements and or contract with reasons. If employer gives no notice within review period, employer shall be deemed to have given notice of no objection to contractor's document, provided that all other contractor's documents on which that contractor document relies have been given or are deemed to have been given a notice of no objection. If employer instructs that further contractor's documents are reasonably required to demonstrate that contractor's design complies with contract, contractor shall prepare and submit them promptly to employer at contractor's cost. If employer gives a notice under subparagraph above, contractor shall revise contractor's document. Contractor shall revise contractor's document, resubmit it to employer for review in accordance with this subclause, and review period shall be calculated from time or from date that employer receives it, not be entitled to extension of time for whatever delay caused by whatever such revision and resumption and or by subsequent review by employer. If employer incurs additional cost, as a result of such resubmission and subsequent review, employer shall be entitled, subject to claims for payment and or extension of time, to pay payment by contractor of costs reasonably incurred. Construction. Except for contractors' documents under as-built records and operation and maintenance manuals for each part of works requiring contractors' documents to be submitted for review, except for contractors' documents under this subclause as-built records and operation and maintenance manuals for each part of works requiring contractors' documents to be submitted for review. Construction of such part shall not commence until a notice of no objection is given. Construction of such part shall not commence until a notice of no objection is given or is deemed to have been given by employer for all contractor's documents which are relevant to its design and execution. Construction of such part shall be in accordance with these contractor's documents, and contractor may modify whatever design or contractor's documents which have previously been submitted for review by giving a notice to employer with the reasons. If contractor has commenced construction of part of works which such design or contractor's documents are relevant, works on this part shall be suspended. Provisions of review by employer shall apply as if employer had given a notice in respect of contractor's documents under this clause. Work on this part shall not resume until a notice of no objection is given or is deemed to have been given by employer for revised documents. And then contractor's undertaking. So you can say here, let's see how it works. So here is now contractors undertaking. Contractor undertakes that design, contractors documents, execution of works, and completed works will be in accordance with laws of country, and documents forming contract as altered or modified by variations. So it's very simple that contractor undertakes that designs, contractors documents, execution of works, and completed works will be in accordance with laws of country, and documents forming contract as altered or modified by variations. Technical standards and regulations, contractor documents, contractors documents, execution of works, and completed works, including defects remedied by contractor, shall comply with country's technical standards. Building, construction, and environmental laws applicable to product being produced from works, and other standards specified in employer's requirements applicable to works or defined by applicable laws. All these technical or other standards and laws shall, in respect of works and each section, be those in force when works or sections are taken over under employers taking over. Reference in contract. References in contract to published standards shall be understood. References in contract to published standards shall be understood to be references to addition applicable on base date unless stated otherwise. If changed or new applicable standards come into force in country after base date, contractor shall promptly give a notice to employer, and if appropriate or requested by employer, submit proposals for compliance to extent that employer considers that compliance is required, and such compliance requires changes to execution of works and contractors' proposals or compliance constitute a variation, then employer shall initiate a variation in accordance with clause variations and adjustments. And this is regarding contracts document. It says title is technical standards and regulations, which says contractors documents execution of works and completed works, including defects remedied by contract, shall comply with the country's technical standards, building, construction, environment laws applicable to product being produced from works, and other standards specified in the employer's requirements applicable to works or defined by applicable laws. All these technical other standards and laws shall, in respect of works, each section be those in force when works or sections are taken over. That's employers taking over. Reference in contract to published standards shall be understood to be references to addition applicable on base date unless stated otherwise. If changed or in new applicable standards come into force in country after base date, contractor shall promptly give a notice to employer, and if appropriate or requested by employer, submit proposals for complying to extent that employer considers or says it. If changed, a reference to contract or published standards shall be understood to be reference to addition applicable on base state unless stated otherwise. Change or new applicable standards come to force in country after base date. The contract shall come properly given notice to employer and if appropriate request by employer submit proposals for compliance to extent that employer considers compliance is required and such compliance requires changes to execution of works and contract proposal for compliance constitute variation. Then other variations adjustment clause employer shall initiate variation, and that's what is training. Training very important part. Training also very significant part of this. If no training of employees of employer, if no training of employees of employer and or other identified personnel by contractors as specified in employer's requirements, this clause shall apply. Contract shall carry out training of employees of employer or other personnel identified in employer's requirement in operation and maintenance of works and whatever other aspects of works to extent specified in employer's requirements. And if employer's requirement if employer's requirements specify training which is to be carried out before taking over, work shall not be considered to be completed for purposes of taking over works and sections until this training has been completed in accordance with employer's requirements. Timings of training shall be as stated in employer's requirements, and if not stated, as acceptable to employer. Contract shall provide qualified and experienced training staff, training facilities, and all training materials as necessary and or as stated in employer's requirements. As-built records. As-built records, very important part of contract, very important part of contract, cannot be discarded at any cost. We have to understand this part. It's very, very important part, we can say. Not only means it is important to such an extent that it can't be discarded. Very important part of contract. We have to be careful about. That's what I say. Very important part of contract must be taken care of properly, and this is long-term document, we can say. Very, very long-term document, not 1 day, not 2 day, very, very long-term document it is, and therefore must be taken care of correctly. We cannot simply leave it behind as it is. It's kind of virtual document that it is long-term maintenance document. It's a document which is used for complete repairs, maintenance, and all such uses. And if it's not cared for rightly, it does not do accordingly. So it's very important part. It's very important part of contract, and we must be you can say we must be very clear about this, that this is required or not required. You cannot say that it's not required because it is required, and that's all I can say. It is required. You must not say it's not required. This is very much essential part of engineering, and it should be given respect accordingly, not because I like or you like, but it's required. That's why it's done. That's what I say. We have to be very, very careful about this requirement, this natural one and real one. No one can say no to this. That's a very important part here. And if it's done that way, we have to understand the point. We have to understand this point very, very clearly, that such part is very, very important one. We cannot say no, we have to say yes. We have to say yes to that, and that's what it is, I have to know this. About this. People sometimes probably don't value this, but that causes a problem in future. We should value such documents at all costs. No meaning to say no, we have to do it. We have to do it, it has to be done. That's a very important part of we can say, contract documents, post handover documents, operational documents, documents which are very, very important for everybody in future. And if you don't take care of those, it doesn't mean anything. So it's a duty of those engineers who are involved on that point. You have to consider this very seriously, and or else you can say it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything, and it should be taken care of. Every way it is to be taken care of. It is not taken care of, it won't work. These are not, of course, approved, but these are worth approving. It's up to concerned engineer how that engineer takes this into consideration. It's worth proving. Should be taken due care. Of course, should be. No way, no. It should be. I can say it should be. That care is a must. That care is very must. That care must be cared for altogether, because these are record drawings and shall be used for whatever kind of questions in future. As-built drawings, or we can say record drawings, these are very much part of future works. Therefore, must be done accordingly. There is no strict sense, but it's not tomorrow or day after tomorrow or in 1 month. It may be required in couple of years time from now. That where is that drawing, how this building was constructed, how this sewer line, how this water line, how services. There can be whatever questions raised. Then you have to dig out these drawings. So why to dig out when we have it? We have all available with you. Why to dig out that question? I say this. Don't dig out anything. It's okay. We have this. So that's case where it says, okay, fine. We have this, right? Okay, we use this. Fine. Okay. That's sole purpose of this. So if no as-built records to be prepared by contractor are specified in employer's requirements, this may not apply, but generally, conventionally, and by practice, it's a must. Contractor shall prepare and keep up to date a complete set of as-built records. A contractor shall prepare and keep up to date a complete set of as-built records of execution of works, showing exact as-built locations, sizes and details of work as executed by contractor, format, referencing system of electronic storage, and other relevant details of as-built records stated in employer's requirements as acceptable to employer. These records shall be kept on site and be used exclusively for purpose of subclause, and contract shall submit to employer under subclause review, and employer as-built records for works of section as may be case may be before commencement of tests and completion. Or says contract shall submit to employer under this clause review by employer as-built records for works or sections as case may be before commencement of tests and completion, and updated as-built records to extent that work is executed by contractor during and after tests and completion, before issue of taking over certificate under undertaking or works and sections, after taking over works and sections, before issue of performance certificate. Number of copies of as-built records submitted by contractor shall be required to care and supply documents. Operations and maintenance manuals is another part of dossiers. Also very important part of dossiers. It's a very important part, can say. Says if no operation and maintenance manuals to be prepared by contract, this clause shall apply, but contract shall prepare and keep update complete set of operations manuals for works. That's called O&M manual in these conditions. Format and other relevant details of O&M manuals shall be as stated in employer's requirements. In any case, these manuals shall be in sufficient detail for employer to operate. Maintain and adjust works to ensure that performance of works sections in the plant, as case may be, continues to comply with performance criteria specified in employer's requirement and schedule of performance guarantees. Now operate, maintain, dismantle, reassemble, adjust and repair plant, and include an inventory of spare parts required for employer's future operation and maintenance of plant. Now before commencement of tests and completion, contractor shall submit proposal before commencement of test and completion. Contractor shall submit provisional O&M manuals for works before commencement of test and completion. Contractor shall submit provisional O&M manuals for works or section as case may be to employer under review by employer. If during tests on completion error or defect is found in provisional manuals, contractor shall promptly rectify error or defect at contractor's risk and cost. Before issue of any taking over certificate under subclause taking over works and sections, final O&M manuals shall be submitted to employer under review by employer. If errors, omissions, ambiguities, inconsistencies, inadequacies or other defects are found in contractor's design and or contractor's documents, they and works shall be corrected in accordance with defects and rejection. If such contractor's documents were previously subject of notice of no objection given or deemed to be given by employer under subclause review by employer, provisions of 522 shall apply as if employer had given a notice in respect of contractor's documents under subclause. All corrections and submissions under subclause shall be at contractor's risk and cost. Staff and labor, engagement of staff and labor. Well, we have gone through a lot about EPC, that is how EPC is taken care of. Engineering, procurement and construction, we say difference between EPC and construction. Major difference lies in design. Construction, that is red book, and silver, that is EPC. Major difference is design. In red or in construction contract, designing is done by engineer appointed by employer. Designing is done by engineer appointed by employer. So design is given in full scale details to contractor as a part of bid documents. Only design part that contractor has to conduct is not prime design but working designs, or working in shop in working drawings, or some minor designs if certainly that is need of ours. But prime responsibility of design, that goes to engineer at cost of employer. In that case, contractor has to comply with all contracts document including designs, specifications, because designs as well as specifications are responsibilities of engineer, and contractor has nothing to do with that, just to comply with, just to follow these designs of all topics and their financial backup, their red book, that gives power to contractor to follow, to abide by design and script and other designs. Red book gives complete, you can say, bunch of contract documents to contract documents, or you can say bid documents, change the contract documents to engineers, to company, you can say there's a engineers company, to help employer do job according to these designs, and design responsibility from but once the design goes to responsibility of engineer. When we say red book, you can say it's a construction agreement. And we say silver book, it's design and construction, we say design and construction and installation both. Design yourself as contractor. This means there must be a FIDIC document only, or feed document, though employer cannot design either of these. Employer takes these documents from somewhere and use them for. Silver, which means responsibility of design on contractor. This means responsibility of everything with contractor. Means contractor is powerful here because intellectual responsibility lies with him as well. If contractor has to do designs, means that contractor is not very normal. That is high profile organization who employ structural designers with them. Now silver says, you follow me in provisions only, in requirements only. Silver doesn't dictate. At most things say, I have given principles of how to do, what to do, but you have to do it. Because we are going to do silver, we have to understand feed document in details. And feed, though it's not mentioned in this, it's very important document which explains, which elaborates design requirements. Designing is job of EPC, but design requirements is job of feed. Feed is very detailed and elaborate document in principle. It gives you how this portion will be decided, how this system will be decided, or How more can be? So it is question of feed, and if feed is not available, feed stands for FEED, and is front end engineering design. That is design which is a front end, means that design, whatever data we have, yes, we need that. So feed says this portion, this part, that part, this machine, that machine, this process, this train, that train, this services, that utility, this building, that building, all. It's a very small announcement, but there will be many more. Which formula you can use, which we expect you to use, which code you want to use for this, which code you want to use for that, and we have to check everything. First we have to check in normal mode which criteria is best one for certain design, which car is better for use. Right? So that feed must be taken complete care, and until we understand that feed, our designers understand that feed document, that feed detailing, we should not proceed on designs. We should have complete geological survey, geographical survey of that area, geological and geological. We should have contouring. We should have levels, existing levels of all three directions. Feed, though the people may not be very sure, but it's very much technical document. Very much technical document. It gives how component can be used in service, what is purpose of this, and what criteria can be taken for designing of that. So many fields we drawn or we specified. Question. is very, very dangerous if you do not comprehend feed document, because that is based on what technology is going to be used on that plant. That feed will tell designer what's process should follow, which formula be used, what ingredient to be given to services, and whatever services there they should go after. Then we go further on to feed explanation, because without feed we stand nowhere in silver cadre. Feed tells us how to proceed. Feed tells us understand this what we require. Then you have to, even formula is given, not simply they give direction. And you have to work out designs based on that. It's generally for all components. There may be blast buildings, there may be say, you can say family blast, but Alright, some point you can say, right? We have to come back on this issue once we understand all these design matters, which is a very important part, and we should say this important part cannot be discarded virtually. And once we understand thoroughly what is requirement and field, then we can integrate all designs. Otherwise, design is not what we can say, okay, we design this part of it, that way to do individually. But when you see that all this process, all these trains, they function together successfully in these designs, that's the requirement. That part must be taken care of, and there may be, many foundations to be designed, many superstructures to be designed, depending on the size of project, and it takes time. As if every 15 days, 10 days, 7 days, designs are used, why is it that? Therefore, we must have plain understanding of field. Very, very plain understanding of field is a necessity. We cannot do otherwise. If we do, we suffer. That's also true. We have to, and that's a must. No way to avoid that. Better field we understand, better design product we give, and you can say design product would give you best engineering construction product. No meaning run away from there, but to stay calm, take time on design field reading. Sometimes you cannot start immediately your project. If you have 3 weeks, even generally, you don't want that. It's your choice. You cannot do design work on your own conception, because there is a written requirement. Requirements there must have in the past designs. That is requirement of project, requirement of process technology, or required of chemical trains, in refineries, or otherwise requirement of LNG tanks, and requirement all must care for this. EPC is no joke, because you are not construction contractor. You are a package contractor. You have to devise yourself. You have to design yourself. You have to quantify yourself. You have to ensure what budget you are doing. Do you really need third person help or third party help? You are saying that it's not nearly verified. When this kind of requirement arises, we should have well educated, well experienced professionals on design part, who have adequate knowledge, who have adequate experience on machine foundations, building structure, blast designs, blast resistance designs, utilities designs, and all this structural design is also very time requiring, and these designs must practice now. Well, this, whatever structure we produce, that must be competent, consistent, performing, durable, reliable, and say based on suitability and must perform for intended life of that project minimum 30 to 50 years, because we cannot take more than that, keeping abreast changes in technologies, incoming of technologies, and that must be taken care of accordingly, which is very important part of designs we talk of, very important part of work we talk of. And then we come to staff and labor, we come to recruitment of persons, labor laws, working hours, facilities and staff labor, health personnel, all this will take off, but for time being we here staff labor is being 58. Sometimes we do not know what to do, but when we do, we learn a lot. EPC is such kind of system that you are yourself director, manager, organizer, engineer, and verifier. It's kind of, actually, it's a kind of package contracting. You're kind of engineer in yourself, though it's not defined, but when you approve something, it's not because of this Kailash. What's that name? Yeah, UP, our country, or other countries, many states. These designs must be valuable. These designs not only constitute civil but also mechanical vessels, electrical, surveillance, and all departments, all engineering, whichever are included on that project within EPC pursuit. That point must be very clear. You have to understand, and that's where it requires in. EPC is very great and advanced method. It should be comprehensively, you can say, understood. It should be taken care of. If it's not taken care of, it won't give you required results. These results are very important for a successful project. Not only design, but also implementation of design. These projects must be, or else we suffer a lot on that. So I will now take your leave. It's already crossed 4 hours. We'll take leave now, and hope enjoy stock. It's better enjoy. I think you should take leave now, and I hope this busy talk, which will continue maybe more time before coming up on other issues. I think we have done today's day we have done. It's better if we take care of ourselves